Good afternoon, everybody. It's Saturday afternoon. And I'm back, and I'm ready to sit down and do some coding here, friends. Do some coding. My audio over here. Let's get the screen over. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Part 3, my friends. Week 3. Well, it's actually not really week 3, but I guess technically it is week 3. Of development here. I have been busy off camera doing a few things here and there. I'm trying to see if I had this on my MVP list or not. I don't think I did. No, I did not. So, go. Hey, Zero Fix, welcome. So, I mean, the irony is I did this already. I'm just gonna put that over here immediately, but yeah, I got check style set up, so, and I've also changed my editor so that it will, because Eclipse by default for some reason likes tabs instead of spaces, so tried to tone that down and get it back over to spaces and all that stuff, and I figure while I'm doing that, I might as well get a basic check style set up. So if others do intend on contributing to the project, we all have a baseline by which we can run check style stuff. So that is good. I got the basics of testing set up here where I can mock out the database and stuff. I don't remember if I had this last time or not. But I have that now. There is still one issue, and that's with the database port. And it comes down to, you can see here I was trying to fix it a little bit with this test DB config. But basically it's, if I don't have any environment variable set, which I don't on the continuous integration server side, it was failing because it couldn't convert a string, like an empty string, to a number here when it does this config. So here for the database port, and honestly this config is not right now not being used by the test stuff because I have it mocked out. Eventually it will be, because I will have non-mock stuff, but I don't think this actual config will be used. I think I'll be using the actual test DB config instead. So, and also dawned on me too that the database port really can be a string in my property file. The only reason I have it as an int here is because it makes it easier when I actually add it in as a data source property. But I can always convert it. I can always do integer dot value of, or string dot value of, or well, no, it would be integer dot value of database port, and then do the same thing there because this is only run once, so that extra step shouldn't be a big deal. So get rid of that too. So I might do that where I just treat this as a string, just so that I don't. Right now, I got the continuous integration thing working by putting the environment variable in and setting it to 0. So that's where we're going there. And as far as the CI stuff goes, so I had that here as a in progress. Like, I wasn't sure I was going to use Travis CI, what it was going to be, but I've got Circle CI set up. And that is now working with, it's actually running the tests and everything. You can see it's pretty fast too, like 21 seconds it's done. This is also free. I think you get like, I want to say 50,000 credits a month or something to use. So I have it only tracking the main branch. Although it does seem like it wants to do these other branches, but I thought I turned those off. I'm not sure if I turn those off or not. I'll know, actually, I guess it will do those because it's got the Circle CI config in them, which, I mean, is fine, but you know, it's kind of wasteful. There's part of me that sort of wants to just make this be a manual thing, but I don't think you can. I've been looking around at the settings, and I don't think you can set this to just be manual runs. Like it always wants to do an automated run, which I guess makes sense because, you know, they really want you to buy a plan instead of staying on their free tier. But yeah, whatever. So hopefully we won't burn through all of the credits in a month here. I don't think we will, but you know, we'll see. I'll keep monitoring it. The other thing is too, I was also trying out JitCI and Jetpack. Jetpack and JitCI are basically the same company, but they're different, like, little products. And this was actually running pretty good too. And this doesn't have like I set this to be just a manual thing right now because it was doing automatic builds too. But this was working pretty good as well. I just I like the Circle CI. I guess the user interface a little bit better, but this is fair. What's cool about this is this provides a what's the best way to put it? Off-brand Maven repository kind of thing. So instead of like getting approvals and uploading my stuff to like the Maven central repository, what this does is it monitors your repository on GitHub, and it will you know, once it builds your project, it makes it available as a Maven target that other people can use to download the artifact. And the targets are based on, you know, whatever tag you put on it, or build or whatever, which is kind of cool because that means it's kind of automatic and I don't have to really do anything with it. So I was looking at that too. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. I'm gonna probably go with Circle CI for the CI stuff, at least for the most part, but you know, JIT for putting artifacts out there if I need to, if people want to just pull artifacts down rather than the entire project and build it, that kind of thing. So that's a thing. I mean, this is just kind of something I was playing with. It's not something I really think anyone's gonna want to use. But you know, if I ever, like, it's a way that I can publish the war files and stuff, and people just wanted to pull war files down with whatever build it was without having to deal with the code, or they want to pull them down to their own project and make their own project off of them. Whatever, that works. What else? I got check style set up, which just does a bunch of checks against your coding style, hence the word check style. And it does things like, you know, making sure you're naming variables a certain way. It has a lot of like common mistakes that it kind of looks for. And I've tuned it down a little bit. Like I based it off of the Sun Microsystems coding conventions, but then I turned a lot of stuff off that was a little too rigid. Like I don't want it to my goal is not to have it generate noise. It's to have it generate things that are like common complaints. Like, if you, like for me, for instance, I didn't have spaces set in my editor. So whenever I would tab, it would do an actual tab character. And most coders prefer your tabs be converted to spaces. So it'll find that and it'll be like, hey, you should be using spaces here instead of tabs. And it'll find other things like unused variables if you just have those around, or if you're doing star imports, it'll flag those. You know, some of the common like things that, you know, annoy people more than anything else. There are a few common errors that it will find too, but for the most part, everything should be pretty straightforward on that. What else do I have here? No, if I tab, I expect it to be a damn tab, not a space. Well, so Zero, the way I have it set up is it'll still space it out the same amount it would have been as a tab, but it'll put, like, instead of putting a tab character, it'll put 4 spaces, right? And the reason people like that is because if you copy and paste that code into something else, into a text file or whatever, it maintains all that indentation. You know what I mean? Yes, I can't just press delete once. Well, yes, but at the same time, I mean, it depends on your IDE. Like for Eclipse, if I highlight a row, if I highlight a row, a line, and I hit Shift Tab, it'll pull it back 4 spaces. You know what I mean? So if you're trying to adjust your indenting that way, I just use the way Eclipse does it, and I think other editors do that too. Like I know Visual Studio Code has a similar thing, yeah. But if you're using like a regular plain text editor, yeah, it kind of sucks. And I get that, but you know, this is one of those areas where it's like, if someone is doing Java, you know, in Vim, good luck. You know what I mean? Like when you have IDEs that are far more advanced that can help you speed up your process, and you forego all of them just for the text editor, then, I mean, you're foregoing a lot of conveniences. But in other languages where you don't have very good IDEs available, yeah, I can see it being a pain. But it's not what I'm dealing with here, fortunately. A lot of people prefer to edit a singular file in a simple text editor over opening an entire project in IDE. That's fine. I mean, again, that's just one of those things, right? It's like different strokes for different folks. Not everybody's going to be happy with the way you have certain things. But I get that. I have dropped into an editor from time to time to do that. But I think even like Notepad++ has like facilities to help with that too, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know. I mean, that's the way I feel about it. Well, honestly, it's the way that I've had to do it in work. It's the way I've had to do it in work for years, so it's just gotten to a point where I'm like, I just kind of accept it. You know, there was a time when I just didn't care either, and I was just like, tabs everywhere. But then there were enough people on the other side of that fence that it was like, well, I guess I surrender. But that said, I only have it doing it for the I think I only have it doing it for Java and maybe XML. Do I have it set? Also, I did something that I know a lot of people will hate, and I let the max line length be 200 instead of 80. because I'm like, hey, we have modern monitors. We should have more than 80 columns. Depends on how it was encoded. Unix and Windows base spacing and ULs breaks the hell out of Notepad++. Yeah, well, I think I'm enforcing UTF-8 encoding. There is a way to enforce that here. If I don't have that on, I'm going to turn that on because yeah, I agree that it should be one way. But also, I don't know. I have to see how Eclipse does it. I don't know if Eclipse puts hey Deceptus, welcome. I don't know if Eclipse puts character turn line feeds or just does the character turns from Unix. I have to look and see. I don't think I've had a problem with it in the past. I don't have it on here where it does that. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So only Java and XML are the only file extensions I enforce that in. So in HTML files, which are more likely to be in just a regular plain editor, you can go wild with tabs. But I did like comment out a lot of weird stuff like every method has to have a Java doc. I'm like, nah, no, not really. Like all the things that are like really noisy and annoying, I got rid of. Based on how I do things. So, and I'm pretty lackadaisical as it comes with a development anyway. So, you know, I turned a lot of things off on there. Oh, and Deceptus, you need a badge because you're over on Kick here. Oh, let's go. There we go. Boom. All right. You now have an OG. Mute that. You now have an OG badge. Congrats. Cool. So that's the stuff I've done with like in regards to kind of the main Hex project. We now have a Hex ingest, and this is where I've been doing kind of the bulk of the work off camera right now. I'm using a combination of the actual Adobe RTMP protocol documents, which are not the easiest things in the world to read, and other Java examples out on GitHub. So there's a My Live thing out here that uses Netty, but uses an older version of Netty to kind of do the same thing I'm doing, and I'm translating a lot of it to well, A, the way that I write things, and B, Netty 5 alpha. So there's a lot of stuff in here that aren't things anymore, so I have to kind of translate them a bit. But I've been using kind of both of those things to sort of make sure I'm on at least some kind of correct track there. I'd say at best, and also I'll probably be looking at like I was trying to look at the Nginx RTMP module, because if any there, if there's any a gold standard, that would be it. But this obviously is in C, and there's only so much I can kind of pull out of this, because there's literally no comment in this code. So not only is there no comments in this code, it's using GoTo. So fun times with all that. Trying to figure out exactly what it's doing and where it's going. So I'm looking at that, and then I think there was also another open source project called Red 5 or something that I think has some code out there. I can kind of taking all those different sources and sort of like making sure I'm going on the right track there. Comments are for script kiddies who need instructions. Comments are for the weak among us. That's fun. That's fun. Oh man. Well, and it wouldn't normally be an issue, except that you start getting into like pointers of addresses of pointers of addresses, and it's like, okay, what the F am I looking at? Right? So it's like this. Nginx RTMP live stream T. Pointer to our pointer of the stream. Pointer to LACF, whatever the hell that is. Live app configuration, I guess. It's just and some dereferencing going on, and yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. You always end up having to go back after 90% of software, forget something from stage 1. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I mean, there was a time when this wouldn't have fazed me. It's doing some mem copies and all that stuff. But nowadays it's like, I'm so used to like non-compiled code, like interpreted code, that some of this just is like trying to read Braille, That's why you're great at debugging other people's crap. Yeah. Well, and I guess that's the other part of this, right? Is like, you really want to understand what this is doing. Fire it up and slap a debugger on it and step through it. And that's kind of what I would need to do if I really wanted to understand everything going on here. My hope is that like I can get most of the answers I need from the document here, or from other Java examples out there. I mean, that's the one nice thing about RTMP, is that it's been around so long, since 2012, that it's there's a lot of different implementations out there that people have fired off and forgotten about. So, and they're not all, incorrect. So that's the good thing there. But yeah, I would say at best I'm about maybe 50%, close to 50% done on the ingest here. That's assuming what I've done actually works, which I haven't been able to test yet. So that there's actual documentation, and it's not just a Wikipedia, it's a quarter written and it's all outdated. Exactly. I mean, I was running into that with Netty a little bit here, because I'm using Netty 5, and all of their documentation is still for Netty 4, because Netty 5 is still in alpha. So all I've been doing is I've been looking at, like, here's all the stuff that has changed, and there's a ton of stuff. So every time, like, there's a reference to byte buffer, I gotta go and kind of figure out, oh, which way does this go? This other thing here used like methods that ended in LE to do like little endian reads, which you can't do anymore in 5. You have to use the JVM to reverse the bits on them, to make them, or reverse bytes on them and stuff like that. So I've had to kind of like, it hasn't been a one-for-one copy. It's been a lot of like, okay, how does this actually work now, and how's this going? And then on top of all of that, this is the first time I've ever written a project with Netty. So I have no idea if it's even going to function properly. I don't know how to test it. That's another thing I gotta look up. Like, how do you write a test against this kind of thing? Because obviously I can do some JUnit tests, but some of that requires, you know, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe I don't need to fire up the actual server to do it. I can just write the test against the logic itself, I guess. I mean, that works. It would be nice though to have a test harness that, I mean, I could in the test harness fire up Netty in there and make an RTMP client that's in the test harness that then calls the server. You know, fire up the server, call the client, have the client call the server with various test scenarios. That would be ideal too. You could tell when you looked at the repo. I've never been the biggest fan of Java. Yeah, it is what it is, right? It's like, it's one of those things where you use it long enough, it just becomes part of your ARM, you know? It's like, you know, you just kind of, you kind of learn all the, I mean, that's the reason why I'm sort of sticking with it, is that I kind of know a lot of the idiosyncrasies, number one, and number two, I know the code smells and stuff, which is one of the things that I always worried about with when I was writing in Elixir, is that I don't know, like, I hadn't written enough Elixir code to know if the code I was writing was following best practices or not, you know? Whereas Java, I can, you know, I've been using as close to best practices as I can for a long time. I kind of know code smells and where things shouldn't, you know, the way you should and shouldn't do things. And then there's also the, just knowing the ecosystem, right? Knowing that there's libraries out there that you can use to do things, and not having to search high and low for things. You know, like, I knew Netty existed, so I was able to go search for it and see if it would do what I wanted, you know. I know Spring exists, I know how to use Spring, you know, I know EHCache exists if I want to do caching, which I'll probably need to do at some point. Things like that, you know, having that knowledge of random esoteric things across the ecosystem, Apache Commons and all that stuff, the check style thing. So one of the things I did want to look at though, I still have Liquid Base open on one of these tabs. Buffer. Oh, I can close these. Wait, is this the same 85 migration guide? Oh, that's the same tab open twice. There we go. That helps. Native transports. And then also, I do want to support WebRTC at some point. Also easier when you're the lead dev and not just a volunteer, because you have to say in what modules are used for the project. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. But here's what I would argue with that. A project is only as good as the input it receives, right? And if you've got people volunteering their time to come help with a project, and you're not listening to what they are offering, that's probably a problem, right? Or if those people contributing to the project don't feel like they can say, like, they can go off and grab a library that's going to help and bring it in and have a favorable response to it, that's not a healthy coding environment in my opinion. If people should be able to feel like they can bring things in, you know, that's one of those things where it's like, and I say this to the guys I work with, you know, at the day job, right? It's like, I'm not opposed to them going out and finding libraries that do what they need to do. There's just one ground rule, and that is make sure it's got a license that allows us to use it, right? So, you know, for day job, we're closed source, we're commercial, so we can't take something with a general public license on it unless it's an LGPL, right? So we have to be very careful to look at the license and make sure it's something that is favorable to us. Or if it is like a commercial license that we have to buy to evaluate something, you know, then, you know, have that discussion, right? Always want them to feel like they can bring something to the table. But the other thing of that too is, you know, communicate that that's what you want to do, right? Say, hey, I want to bring this thing in. I think this is going to help us. Because if you don't communicate that, then you may bring in something that does something very similar to what some other library does. Now we got two libraries that all do basically that have overlap, you know. So there's stuff like that too. There's one library out there that does, you know, PDF report generation. There's 24, you know. But, you know, it's all about setting expectations. You know, that's the one thing that, you know, at some point here, I got to go through the projects and actually flush out the README on them. Because right now, we're not in a spot where I could take any outside improvements because I'm still setting up the project. I still feel like I'm in version 0.0 here, where I'm just getting the basic project framework set up and all the different pieces together before I could even ever hope to accept any pull requests. But before I do open it up to pull requests, I want to flesh out these readmes and say, like, here's the expectation. You know, do this, do that. You want to bring a library in. Make sure we don't have, you know, we don't have something that already overlaps with it, you know, those kind of things. And just kind of like, just put them out there and be like, here you go. Here's what's expected, you know? Oh yeah, I won't be doing any heavy dev on X. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, it's so early on that it wouldn't make any sense for anyone else to spend any time on it at this point. Plus, I'm still trying to figure out some fundamental things, like trying to get RTMP working so it's an actual streaming site. You know, trying to what I'm going to tackle today is to try to get the logins working and stuff. Try to get the basic security frameworks in there. Where's the project at? Here. I've got an idea of what the JUnit tests are doing. I'm leaving this here, even though I did fix the build. I haven't fixed it the way I want to fix it yet. Like if you were to say, hey Zara, could you take a look at X and see if you had figured out because you've been racking your brain for 2 days, and that's whatever. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean that's the other thing too. Is like, it's good having like the project roadmap out there, but sometimes it's just like, hey, I have no idea how to do this one thing. I need help here. So much there's going to be changing around that there's... Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Actually, let's get his integration off that list right now. I think I'm good enough with that for the moment. I also wanted to... Do I have a video player on here? So I think one of the things that's going to be really important is an admin dashboard. Because one of the things I want to do with this in general is to make it so that it doesn't rely so heavily on environment variables, stuff like that. Like I want to see. I think there's an Apache. Are you running all the web functionality on the Java applet backend? No. Hell no. No, there will be no applets. No applets in this app. It's all going to be HTML. It's all going to be HTML5. Good Lord. Don't use the A word around here, man. What's wrong with you? Oh, that's funny though. That is great though. I mean, that is the typical like. There's so many long running software out there right now that still has Java applets that I'm like, I have to shake my head and acknowledge it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I mean the JVM doesn't even support applets anymore. As of Java 9. So you don't even have there's no applet runner anymore. They not only did they get rid of the applet runner, they like carved all that code just out of there. What was the thing? Oh, I wanted to... Oh yeah, I need a video player. Probably Video.js. I was looking at that earlier. I need that. Somewhere here. I'll throw it in there. And then also on the alpha. Crowdsourced internationalization stuff. Um, let me fix this. I still want to fix that part. Build otherwise is working right now, but I want to fix that part. Oh, I wanted to see. There's one question I had about. Paste. First. The ID. It looks like the IDs are just string. Yes, they are. You changed that. Oh, and I think that's what the way I did it, wasn't it? Yeah, I did. Okay, so I put my name and then a number after. I think what I want to do going forward is to make the number a date or like a timestamp thing. I suspect, even though these are going to be broken across multiple SQL files, I suspect that ID probably has to be unique across all of them. Because I think that's what's used when you go to roll it back. So that's fine. Is that the... Yeah, and then the ID can be whatever. Yeah, so it was author : ID. Okay. Yeah. I'll make sure I know I'm going there. Yeah, because they have author name and then just a text thing. So even better would be a okay. Anyway, so that okay, I think I'm right in where it's. So basically, I just need to come up with a naming scheme here that is more fleshed out than just saying 1 and 2. Am I keeping it all Java based, or am I planning a different web language? No, it's all Java based. The HTML files will be in Thymeleaf markup. So it's basically HTML with some markup stuff in it. Not markup. With just Thymeleaf tags in it. So yeah, that's all going to be just Java through and through. And JavaScript, obviously. There's going to be a lot of JavaScript to deal with too on the site. I'll probably use, and I realize this is going to be sacrilege for some, I'm probably going to use jQuery for a lot of the Java stuff, Ajax calls, stuff like that, because it just makes it a little bit easier when it comes to, like for instance, there's you want to prevent replay attacks by having a CSRF token on the page. That token, you can also do the same thing in the Ajax calls by doing a pre-filter in jQuery. So every time an Ajax call goes out, it'll run its pre-filter, which will supply the correct, CSRF token and stuff. So we can kind of stop replay attacks not only at the HTML level, but at the JavaScript Ajax level. So there's that. And there might even be something even better than that in Spring Security that I can tie off of. Because in my day job, we don't use Spring Security. So I'll have to see. I suspect it has some mechanisms for that stuff. I just have to try and dig in to see where it's at for that. But yeah, there might be an occasion for me to use like a stored proc in the database. But yeah, it's gonna be mostly Java, a little bit of SQL, and HTML and JavaScript. Yeah. As far as the admin console goes, oh, that's what I was saying. I think there's a Apache security thing. Password keeper. Not HT password. No, what? Apache Vault, is it? No, File Vault doesn't. Maybe it's Spring Vault. What is this? Client-side support for externalized configuration in a distributed system. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for. HashiCorp's Vault. String Vault. Endpoint. Vault host and port. Environment Vault. Use property source configure Vault beams. I just need to securing secrets. Domain type backend, figure backend, Vault repository. Okay. I think this is what I'm looking for, but basically in the admin console, I want to be able to put all the because right now I've got that secrets file that just isn't committed to GitHub, and it has and then in Maven I kind of do like let's swap this in if you have it, and then make all the parameters look at that and all that stuff, and that works, but it's clunky. What I'd like to do is have something like this Vault thing, where it's I'm hoping it's a file that sits on the file system, and the admin console could then interact with that file to save all the tokens, like API tokens and all that stuff that the back end needs in order to communicate with Twitter or whatever else. And then that way it's all kind of stored there instead of using environment variables for all that stuff, which I have to see how this works, because the advantage of using the environment variables is that you can set them up in Docker and just tell it to go to town, and you can migrate them, from one server to the next. But with this, I don't know. This is kind of something I've had in my head. I don't know I don't know how well this works. I'm hoping to use that rather than having the secret keys file, essentially. It'll be very interesting how the credential systems implement load breaking systems. Yeah, I don't. It looked like it was just a token. You just generate a token. Although you can automatically rotate database passwords. That's the other thing. I want to be able to put the database password in there and username and all that stuff. Not the users stuff. The users of the site will still be in the regular database with a salted key and all that stuff. But this is just for the application's secrets, the application being able to connect to its own database and all that stuff. Kubernetes. Lifecycle management across KMS providers. Generate time-based access credentials dynamically based on policies and revoke access when lease expires. It's got some tutorials here. Encryption as a service. Nah, no thanks. Key rolling. I'm not sure. Life as a service. Yeah, exactly. Less. Life as a service. Source self-managed, always free. Oh, they have managed stuff too. Well, of course they do. Self-managed source. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to see what this is all about. I mean, I guess it's possible to just put like all the users' usernames and passwords and stuff in there, but I have the feeling like that's a bit overkill for that. And I don't know that I want to mix their usernames and passwords with like the application's secrets kind of thing. Anyway, this is something I want to keep on the radar here. Let me put this as MVP. Application secret vault folder. That's what I figured too, Zero. Yeah, you don't really want to mix your peanut butter and your chocolate in that particular case. Not to mention the fact that smart users are going to be changing their passwords a lot. And so it's really the goofballs you got to worry about. The ones who don't turn on two-factor auth and all that stuff. As long as you're constantly, I feel like as long as you're constantly challenging them before they can change like important settings, then probably halfway there towards keeping it secure, you know? I don't have rotating passwords once a month set. Well, you know what's funny about that too? I believe it's Microsoft that has come out and said, hey, it's a really bad idea to force your employees to change their passwords every month. That's why you got into that thing with SharePlay. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Yeah, it looked like from what you posted, it looked like they didn't quite understand what the bug was. Yeah, Microsoft has come out and said it's they don't even have a forgot password portion to their site. Yeah. Yeah, that's in 3 days to put out a patch that didn't work anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with SharePlays. Like I feel like there's a part of me that feels like they know what they're doing, and then there's another part of me that feels like they don't. I'm not sure. Little mixer of people, yeah. He's a bunch of short busters. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of. I get the feeling like it's like they know what they want to do, but they also I feel like they have a vision, but they also don't have a, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't have a fire burning under their asses. You know what I mean? That's Glimesh with paid workers. Now that's pretty hard. I wouldn't go that far. But I think they have a similar issue in that there's no fire there burning to get them moving. You know what I mean? Like, I do feel like there's like a, what's the old saying? Perfection is the enemy of good enough, or something. Perfection is the enemy of progress. Something to that effect. Where it's like, I think they're trying to get it to be just right, and instead of just like getting some good processes in place and just getting it to be good enough, what they're looking for. Yeah. But I'd be curious to see what their communication is like. That's really the big issue that keeps coming up with Glimesh, is just the communication is bad. You notice their dev channel gets pretty hostile towards the user base. It's yeah. I haven't looked at all their dev channel. I've kind of scrolled through it really fast here and there. So yeah, it's unfortunate if that's the case, because yeah. It's unfortunate to see these sites kind of, they all have good ideas and they all have the right idea, but they all seem to fall into the pit of like not I guess not dog fooding enough, not using the site that they're trying to work with, not keeping a, I don't know, like keeping their finger on the reality button. You know what I mean? These kids let you know they don't give a shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's like Twitch, right? It's like the devil you know versus the devil you don't. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird to me. It's weird that you start these projects ostensibly to help a community, then you shut yourself off from said community just through just unfortunate choices of words and unfortunate, jumping to conclusions and not taking feedback well and all that stuff. And I get it. I mean, I've been a dev long enough to know feedback can hurt a lot. But it's just, sometimes you just gotta let it roll. Gotta let it roll off your back, Like someone comes in and they yell and scream about something because maybe they're having a bad day. And they're just yelling and screaming because they're frustrated, maybe not necessarily at you, but you just happen to be the latest, needle to drop, and they're seeking some catharsis at your expense. You just kind of like roll with it sometimes. It hurts, sure, but there's always, I find, a nugget of viable feedback even in the worst offenders of, even in the harshest of feedback, there's usually probably some nugget of helpfulness in there, but it's it's hard, right? Like, you're combining that with the point that people are working on this stuff. Now with SharePlay, it sounded like they were paid, but for other sites, it's like you have people working on their free time and they don't want to be harassed about all the effort they put in and told that they didn't put any effort in when they did, and it was on their free time and stuff. So it's a hard spectrum to navigate, I guess. And I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you, like, other than to just be the loudest voice, right? If you are the voice of reason and you're the loudest voice, does that make up for the the slightly lower tones of anger from others on the dev team? I don't know. I don't know if that makes up for it or not. I don't know if everyone has to be on the same wavelength, or if it's just, you just need one person who can smooth it all over, be the negotiator. There's no voice of reason, only voices of opinions. Yeah, there's truth to that. There's truth to that. But I mean, if there's defensiveness going on, I tend to think that's just a lack of being able to handle the opinions being fielded, right? So when I talk voice of reason, I'm talking more of, all right, this person said pisses me off, but instead of being pissed off, I'm just gonna kind of just sort of make whatever good out of it I can make, take whatever good from it I can take, and not reciprocate, kind of thing, but who knows? Dev teams tend to be like children, so if you have a team lead that's a brick wall, your dev team will be a brick wall. Yeah. I mean, people look to the lead, kind of give them guidance on how they should deal with the community, and if the lead doesn't deal with the community well, you can't really expect the other members of the team to do something similar, I mean, I know there was a recent blow up in the old Flemish realm there that happened the other day. That just kind of exemplifies the kinds of problems that they've had for a long time, Yeah, no, I keep an eye on it here and there. I don't say anything in there, and I don't post anything least publicly, from it. But yeah, it's yeah, sometimes they don't. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Is what I'm seeing going on over there. But we'll see what happens. All right, so I've got most of this here. I think I definitely want to work on the login stuff right now, because I don't have it even set up even a little bit. Like I've got the test login stuff. The basic, let's see if this works kind of thing. Security. Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to keep this in place just because it's an in-memory one, but I want to do that just to make sure I've got this working properly. Although I guess I could, you know what? There's no reason for me to do that, is there? I could fix this. Well, no. Let me get this working first. But I can then swap this out to use the database table, which we already have set up, and then we can go from there. So how would I then, using Spring Security, so we come into the main area and we're not logged in. So I need basically a login button. Present me with a username and password. And then hopefully and then just send it through user details service here, I guess. So let me think. If I do, let's do something here. Let's see if ChatGPT has anything to say about it. So, how would I set up a simple login form? Login form using Spring Security and Thymeleaf. ChatGPT to the rescue. Wow, that's answering me very quickly. Right, I've already got the figure in here. And a login controller. All right. A Thymeleaf template login HTML. Oh, it's got the markup for Thymeleaf. Okay. Of course, this is doing Spring Boot, which I don't want to use. But I already have it configured, so didn't really do anything. Rise request. Let me see what it says. Can you regenerate the above without spring? Ooh. Wow, it's blazing right now. This has never been this fast. They must have done something on their back end. Using Spring Security 551. Finally 3012. Hey, Techno Freak. What version are you using? I'm using 4. GPT 4. Yep. NBC. I know it's blazing right now. Holy hell! I've never seen it go this fast. Got most of this already. Still gets cut off at the middle though, which is annoying. Go and read a book slow, yeah. Figure, okay. I think it's... Am I missing that configure? I'm not sure. I have to look. I wonder if I should put that XML namespace in there for Thymeleaf. That probably would make it so it doesn't warn me so much. I should probably do that. Because Eclipse keeps warning me every time I use the th colon something. Like, this is not real HTML. Like, well, yeah, you're true, but it is for what I'm trying to do. Cool. Very cool. How to do we did login action method post. Username, autofocus required. They even did the autofocus on username, which is hilarious. So when it pops up, it will focus immediately on that field. That's great. Password required. Not IATN though, because these should be IATN things, which I guess I should get that set up too. Let's go do that. Strings, because I'm gonna need both of those while we're tackling this. So I have filter chains set up. What was it doing? What was it doing with the figure here? Web security configure adapt. And enable web security. I think this adapter is different. No, it's got to be the same thing. You'll be lurking doing your own thing. That's fine. Messed around some with GPT-3.5 and even knows some on Unreal Blueprint layouts. Yeah. I mean, I think the only thing about it is I think it's a year out of date with some of its information. So if it's something within the last year, it doesn't have it. But yeah, configuration enable list 30. Commit all and log out from it. I think that's what I'm doing with the filter chain here. Which login will fall under the all access filter chain, so I don't think I have to do anything there. But the thing that I don't see, do they have it in the, they don't have it in the login controller, which is interesting. Create a web application initializer. Initialize the Spring and Spring Security configuration. Okay. That's the weird thing right now, is it doesn't look like it's actually, like, yeah, this will get you a login page. But you're posting a username and password, this /login, and then you're not doing anything with it. So this is not actually logging anybody in. It's just getting you to the template. That's the part that's kind of missing here. It's kind of a big part to be missing. So they have the configure here, authorize request, any request authenticated, and form login page login, permit all, log out. Web security configure adapt. Enable web security. I think this login page here is is the real trick, the form login. Because that's where the requests get authorized. So, enable web security configure adapter. I have enable web security. I don't do the adapter though. Where is it? I have a feeling this is an old way of doing it. So let me see. Bring security login. Configuration to authorize request. Allowing anonymous access, allowing in restrict admin roles, and securing everything else. Blah blah blah. Matches login. Form login. So they just add another filter chain for form login. Okay, that makes sense because you're just putting another thing in the chain. And you just tell it login page and the failure page and all that stuff. Okay, so I don't need to do public filtered in login page filtered in okay, how's this? Oh yeah, I gotta put the SRF on it. That I don't need disable. So this is activated by default when using Enable Web Security's default constructor. You can disable it using SRF disable. Oh, that's why they're doing it. They're disabling the CSRF? I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that disabled. So it's enabled by default. That's good. I can see why they would disable it under normal circumstances, because if your entire application is behind a login page, then it doesn't make sense to have the CSRF there. But in my case, that's not the case. The login is just another feature. So otherwise the login is really there to give you a role, a security role, to access other pages. But otherwise the site is accessible, so I don't want to disable that. What else do we have here? Authorize request. Matchers. Ones. Let's roll. And they combined a lot of stuff in there for some reason. Any request authenticated, and why wouldn't I just do the form login? Weird. Very, very weird. Am I not supposed to have that as a separate filter chain? I mean, I have all these as separate filter chains. I would imagine that's fine. Form login specifies to support form-based authentication. If login page string is not specified, a default login page will be generated. Most basic configuration defaults automatically generating a login page as URL/login, redirecting to /login, error for authentication failure, the detailed login page. Okay. End form login. I see. Oh, so I have to tie it to the role user. That shouldn't have to be the case, right? Yeah, because no, I assign their roles up here. Yeah, so this should just be, I guess, the authorized request probably is. Configuration below requires authentication to every URL and will grant access to both the user admin and user. Authorize HTTP OS. Fire the roll user. Maybe I don't need that. Oh, hang on a second. I have to hit the restroom. I will be right back, my friends. Okay, I'm back. Back in here. I mean, I'm just gonna try just configuring it and see what happens. I just do form login. Form login and then login page. The slash login. We're switching to HTTP security Lambda QSL syntax. Okay. Login page that login and then that's like slash login HTML. But I don't want to hit the process the login. I wanted to just process the URL. Processing URL. Well, isn't there like a login instead of login page, like something else? Login dot login processing URL. This URL to send users to if login is required. If used with enable web security, default login page will be generated as attribute is not specified. The URL is specified or this is not being used in conjunction with enable web security. Users are required to process specified URL to generate a login page. Create a form that submits must be an HTTP post. Login process. So if I just do slash login, which is what I want. And that should send them to the controller. That's what I want to do. Whenever something requires a login. And then the always used specifies whether users will be redirected successfully. Authenticating or always uses true. Oh, interesting. I was wondering if they had built in remember what page you're on, and it looks like they do, which is cool because that means that if you try to access a protected page, it redirects you to the login, and then if you're successful, it should automatically take you back to the page you were trying to get to in the first place, which is great because it's something I wanted, but I was wondering if they had that built in here. Apparently they do. So, login check. Wait, is this hang on. Oh, specifies where users will be redirected after authenticating successfully if they have not visited a secure page prior to authenticating. Oh, so okay, so I want to send them to the home then. Okay. Well, this URL and then failure forward URL. Target URL in case of failure. It's failure URL. The URL to send users if authentication fails. The default is /login error. Okay, so I will do yeah, I guess I'll just set it up that way, even though that's the default. I'll say login error. Yeah. That seems reasonable. And then login processing URL. That's what I was thinking about earlier. Login check. Oh. Okay. So in theory, I just make a simple controller then with /login and /login check. Let's see. That is last login controller. Controller. I don't have any default, but yeah. So this would be mapping there. Logger factory login controller view let's request and I think guess I just do string error. Do request RAM name is error not required. Mappings, login. I guess I will need model here. How do I know if error's actually there? Maybe I should just make that and change it over here so it makes sense. Login error true. Makes life easier for me. And I'll just make the default value false or false. That, and then model add attributes error. Turn right. And then do public ring login check. Do I have to do it? I guess I don't have to put a login check right? Because it'll do it. Form login configure for additional customization. Because I would imagine this is actually doing its own interception of the username and password. Probably don't have to do anything then with that. We'll just save this. And I will go to the index. That's actually copy, or you know what? Actually, let's take it straight from ChatGPT here. Copy code. Login HTML. And actually, it's not complaining about this. I wonder if we put that onto stuff here. Make that go away. There's a doc type there too, just for sake of agreement. Like that's helping. At least not initially here. Login check. What I have here, right? Although all over. Okay, let's do this. Anything. Oh, we have 2 errors. Oh, it ingest? Oh, I didn't finish, I didn't finish this, that's fine. Okay. That's fine, that's not this project. Okay. Publish those and run it and see what we get here. Oh, fuck. Oh, let me make sure. Did this somehow revert again? That, yeah, it reverted again. I don't know why it does that. That's started. So local host 8080. Okay, and slash login. So what was the what did I have set up here? User and password is password. Admin and API. User password. 44 not found. Okay. Okay. So it does need that in there. Now the question is, what does it do? Like, what do I do to make that? Login form. Post URL for login. Perform login. We'll post a triggered authentication progress as login. Landing page on set. Yeah. Page method. They don't have it either. So I definitely need a controller method, which I figured I would. What does the controller method actually? I wonder. Let me see something here. Login page / login. If I configure string security with a sounds like it's. Oh, thanks, ZeroFX, for the link there. Hang on one second. I want to see if ChatGPT. I'm going to look at that link, but I'm also going to look at what ChatGPT generates here. Can I get a? We're starting to get repeats in the music. I'm trying to find something else here. Synthwave. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Let me grab this. Do that, and then let's also see what ChatGPT does. I configure Spring Security with a what is it called? Login processing URL. URL. How do I implement the controller endpoint SSO associate it with that URL? When you configure Spring Security or login processing URL, you don't need to create a controller endpoint associated with that URL. Spring Security automatically handles the processing and the login request by intercepting requests to specified URL and authenticating user. That's what I thought. However, if you'd like to implement custom authentication logic, you can create a custom authentication filter and configure in Spring Security. Attempt authentication. Update your security config class to configure the custom authentication filter. Oh, okay. What does this say here? Login processing URL. Process login function. Specify as a custom authentication processing URL instead of the default URL login. This is using Thymeleaf as well. Process login is the action. So I did that. Oh, even they did error equals true. That's pretty funny. You need a password field. That makes sense. Why doesn't that, yeah, okay. So this is probably because I didn't configure the matchers, the authorized requests and matchers, I bet. Well, let's do a web security configure adapter again. I'm not doing. Pretty. So what this is really telling me is that I not picking it up from the filter chain. Oh, well, okay. Well, okay, so I think okay. I think I get it. So, in theory, you could have a different login page for every filter chain. Like I could have a different one for /API than I do for /admin. So you've got to kind of attach the form to the thing you want it to do. So in reality, I should just attach this onto the end of this other one. All right, like here. Because that's matching all. Right? Makes it a little bit messier, but not by much. So I do that, so I bet now this probably knows what's going on. And I gotta handle logout too, which is fine. Do project. I also need to see it. Like I want to do two-factor auth as well, and I'm wondering how that. I'm pretty sure Spring Security does it, but I have to see how that falls in on the normal login form, because I don't know if I need to put it on a separate page. I would like to put it on the same page if you have two-factor auth turned on. But it might have to be like an interstitial afterwards that asks you for it. And it might end up being an interstitial anyway, because it'll be on a different timer than username password, right? I'll have to see how they do it. I'm sure someone's already. I mean, Spring Security has been around long enough that I'm sure somebody's already come up with the best practices on how you set certain things up. That's the one nice thing about using third-party libraries like this that are popular, is that at some point someone's already probably done exactly what you need to do. You just gotta find it. Thank you for that link, Zero, by the way. I appreciate your help. I really do. Let's see. Get that on there. Go. Did I do a cleaning already? Do it again. Nice that Tomcat's starting up so fast. I'm not used to it starting up this fast. Hopefully I can keep that going. No, homepage is okay. Getting a 404 not found. I wonder if I'm getting an error in the logs somewhere. I guess I should be checking those. Here. Oh, do I have what's the line here? It open right up to it, right? Here we go. No mapping for post login check. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. I've got trace on too. So somewhere Spring Security didn't grab hold. Settings admin. Huh. What is pretty much BIOS configuring will be invoked when matching the provided pattern. Okay. I wonder if this, because I don't have an order on here. I mean, it's working to an extent because it's letting everybody go where they want, even without the order on there. I also wonder if phone login is on HCP security. That's the registry. Gotta be where this goes. Let me see. Brings security and press this thing. Pretty filter cheap. Use the custom RESTful useful username password authentication filter with it. Like it processes. After you provide your custom filter, you can no longer use Bring HCP Security Builder. Configure the default filter, not your. That's different. That's a different problem. That's a different problem. Each of the filters have particular responsibility. Filters are added or removed for configuration depending on which services are required. Ordering the filters is important, or dependencies between them. Security filter chain. Security filter chain. In mind, we invoke the server filter based on the given URL only, but screen security filter chain provides more flexibility. I wonder if this isn't just not even kicking off here because it doesn't have a security match here. HP security but only invoked when matching the provided pattern. This method creates class path. Ride. I have enough Coke for one more Jack and Coke. Oh no. I get a good one. Right, previous invocations. The request matcher. I wonder if that's the case. What happens there? You require alcohol whilst you work on this PHP crap. I hear you. There's a certain level of alcohol you need to do PHP stuff. Also, there's always that bomber curve too. You need to maintain that too. But not, you know, gotta be in that range. Let's see if this. Let's try all the things. One of them ought to. Do I need the same request matchers? You just say any. No, I guess I do need that for the. He stupidly said okay to a buddy when he was like, I have an idea for a website. I usually get those all the time too. I have an idea for a website. It involves credit card numbers and blackjack and hookers. Like, oh, right, okay. Maybe you want to talk to somebody else. You're not far off. Yeah. That's always the case, though, right? It's always like, I got this idea about a website, but and then you ask them for more details, and slowly you start to feel just the weight of existence on your shoulders. It's like, oh, I get it. You're looking for one of those. you want to start one of those things. What do we got? So login check. I did that. It's either that or it's like, yeah, I got this idea about the, it's going to be, it's a place where like people can upload their images and then they can put in some profile details and then they can like put posts up. And the posts would be seen by other people in their little social network that they've connected with. They'll be like in their neighborhood. Like, oh, so you want Facebook? Well, no. Sure, I'll get on that on the weekend. We'll just make a Facebook. Like, why not? You figured you didn't have any personal projects going. Yeah, I get you. Like, it's one of those things. Like, whatever. I'll give it a whirl. It's an idea. You got roped into developing a Facebook knockoff. I think I want to say that pretty much every developer at some point has been roped into doing some kind of Facebook knockoff or Twitter knockoff or something of that effect. It's kind of like the popular ones, like, I got this idea about how people can talk to each other on the internet. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure your idea has been done to death at this point. Yeah, but mine is slightly different. It's not Facebook. It's like social bean. It's like, okay, sure. Yours is different. Got it. But then again, as much as I make fun of that, that's basically every venture capitalist in the technology realm right there, right? Like, so how would your app surreptitiously collect user data? How would your app convince users to give you their personal data so that we can then collect it and sell it to advertisers for boku money? Ah, I see. And so people willingly give this information up, right? Like, yeah. And then we'll give them these fake tokens back. We'll call them like, I don't know, crypto coins. In the meantime, we'll make all this stuff on the side. We'll make money with transaction fees. We'll make money distributing the coins. We'll make money receiving the coins. It'll be great. They'll never know that it's how much money we're making on the back end. That it's all about that. You're gonna make a crypto. Oh my god! I saw it. What's funny is there was a a post on Twitter. Someone was talking about Web3 stuff, right? And they're like, you see, here's the problem. And they're like, the problem with all these Web3 applications and games and all that stuff is that they're not marketing them correctly. When they market them, they're using terms like Web3 in crypto and blockchain and all this stuff, and that's the real problem. And I was so tempted to reply to it and be like, or it could be the fundamental problem of you've come up with a solution and you don't know what problem you're trying to solve. You've come up with a solution to a problem that's already solved. Maybe that's your real problem. Maybe that's why Web3 hasn't taken off. I mean, could be crazy. Could be crazy. What if I told you could have this database and it's distributed for no other reason than that's really cool? And it can track things. But we're not going to call it a database because even though that's exactly what it is, and databases track things, you know. Or it could be the fact that Web3 only creates problems. Yeah, that's true. Well, it only creates problems for those who are not on the money receiving end. It only creates problems for everyone else who's not making money. If once you're across that wall and you're on the other side of the wall where all the money's coming in through the chute, not really that much of a problem at that point. It's just how many offshore, Cayman Island accounts can you open at once before red flags go up, Let's see. I understand why people bought into a currency that could be recreated with a simple SHA hash. Yep. Well, what's also funny about that is there was a point years ago when it wasn't well known, when the cryptocurrency stuff and Bitcoin wasn't that well known. But it was known enough that you could kind of get into it early. You can do the mining and all that stuff. And, there were no laws around it yet or anything like that. So you kind of just there was a period of time there where if you were ahead of the curve, you could have walked away with a bag of money and just said, I'm out, Sir, where does crypto come from? Exactly. Right? So there's a bunch of people that probably made their bag and got out of there before any kind of regulations started happening, before IRS knew about it and started asking everybody about it and all those things. And I don't know whether to tip my hat to them or curse them. This is one of those things. You made a lot? Yeah, there you go. There was a lot to be had when it was right when it had started to become popular and right before everybody realized the rank and file realized that it was all funny money. You ever put your own money into it? Yeah, there you go. Even better. Even better. Not finding this. The chain here. Really bought into the whole baby Doge crap. Got NFTs and everything. Yeah. Yeah, it's Bitcoin what was still less than $1 each. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like I said, there was a period of time there where you could make a ton of money that was, as far as any government was concerned, was completely under the table. But yeah, that party ended fast. I run all these taxes and fees. Yeah, exactly. Define funny for decentralized. Well, I mean that's the hilarity of it, right? Is that people thought they could escape reality. You know? Like, oh, we're going to have this completely government-free, decentralized, monetary system. And it's like, how foolish do you have to be to believe that that would ever actually work? Right? Like, what you're basically saying is, we want to cut government funding to zero. And it's like, that's not how the world works. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, the government's going to step in and be like, yeah, we want a piece of that too. We want a piece of that pie too, because, you know, we need to fund, you know, social programs and other things. So, yeah. Like, the idea that somehow that was going to just be untouchable, like, it's just funny to me. I'm like, did none of these people take an ethics class in college? Did they not understand how the world actually works? You have to be foolish enough to think that crypto wasn't partially started by the government. Yeah, or that the government would just be like, "Oh well, we can't touch you." Like, are you serious? Like, are you really serious here? It's kind of like the discussion we constantly have. Like, every time a new streaming service starts up, you know, Kick, SharePlay, all these things, right? Every time, without fail. Hey, Icy, welcome. Every time, without fail, you'll get a person that drops into a Discord or whatever and is like, hey, I want to stream copyrighted music. Can I do that on this brand new service? It's like, dude, are you serious? It's like, why would suddenly a brand new service, you know, like your Kick or your SharePlay or anything like that, why would they suddenly be immune to law? Why would they suddenly be like, yeah, no, sure, go ahead. Stream whatever the hell you want. It's like, we don't have to answer to those government entities. Like, I mean, come on. Like, every time one of them starts up, it's the same thing. To be fair, Kick still doesn't care. Well, I mean, they don't care right now because they're still, despite being well known by streamers, they're still not well known outside the streaming community. they'll care as soon as they get hit. They're well known by the NFL. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like they'll understand once like the big dogs come looking for their payday. You know, I'd say there are at least one NFL, like, they don't have to worry about it this summer, or actually maybe they do. Like, I would say they're probably, one or two MLB games away from getting slapped with something, or if they make it to the colder months, NFL, I'm sure, is going to be keeping an eye on them. So they'll care once they get hit with something, which I guess is a plan of attack. I wouldn't call it a smart plan, but it's something. Anyway, why does this filter chain not do what I expect it to do? What am I missing here? Because this is... Because obviously it's not registering the login processing URL with the Spring resolver, which is up in the web config here, right? Oh, that's another thing too. Template set cacheable. I think I want to set this default for development. So so we got resource chain, blah blah blah. I don't have anything in my application config. Yeah, our dispatcher servlet. Somehow the dispatcher servlet does not know about Spring Security. So, am I missing something here? I have a feeling Spring Security is not even running, I bet. If I go to like /add, well, I get a 404 not found because it's not there, but if I do a, let me just test. I bet it's not even running. We do admin controller. I'll say controller. Test mapping. Admin. There. If I make a login.html. Yeah. So in theory, it should stop me from going here. I'm not logged in. And I'll bet in practice it doesn't know. Because I'm betting Spring Security is not registered with the servlet. The default servlet. Let's see what that does for me here. All right, and if I go /admin, yeah, so it's not okay. That's why nothing seems to be working, is because it's not actually registered like I need it to be. So then where's this one here? Security non-Spring Boot application. There we go. Web application initializer. Application config web application context root. Is that what I have here? Yeah. Context loader listener, dispatcher servlet, root context, dispatcher add mapping. Add listener, context loader listener, root. Security filter. Add filter, security filter, new delegating filter proxies, Spring security filter chain. Mapping. I don't know if I need to add mapping for URL patterns, but I do need to add the filter to the freaking filter chain. Servlet context add listener. Is that where you did it? Servlet context add filter. Rack me, man. This is the whole point, the whole problem. Filter change to servlet. Add filter. Mass extends filter. Filter first. Okay. Filter new filter. They call it the default security filter. Yeah. Target bean name. Target filter proxy string target bean name is here, and it is oh yeah, I'm gonna have to register. That makes sense. I'm gonna have to register all these separately. Those are all different bean names. Yeah, why did I think that this was just going to be a straightforward thing here? Means I don't need these order either. Right? Is it? I'm going to add them based on where they are. Filter change. So right now, I want all these filter chains here. Is there a security filter? Security filter. Okay. No. Okay, I'm fine. So this is correct then. So I can put the order back there because it's going to be because the bean name is going to be security filter chain because that's the return from these, which is correct. So then I don't have to go jump through freaking hoops for things, which is good. And then I just need, where am I at? Okay, so just to be string your security filter chain. Do I need the map? Add mapping for URL pattern. I probably do because this is taking the place of the web XML, and then the web XML you would have another thing that says what URL patterns to put the filter on, right? But I would just have to put it on every URL because I wanted to do that. So add mappings for URL patterns. Is match after and then URL patterns. Match your types. So what dispatcher types? I just say null. Okay, that's fine. We'll go with that. Null, false, and then all here. Oh, I mean, that would explain everything, right? Because it just doesn't know, it's just not registering with. What's the old adage? Don't assume you configured something properly. Or you. Don't assume you did the fundamentals correct before you try to figure out what you did wrong. There we go. do boom 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 boom. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. I'm here waiting for this to finish compiling, and it's like doesn't take hardly any time at all. I'm so used to a project that takes like a minute to compile and 2 minutes to start. It was so big, and this one's like nothing. The old it's that old XKCD comic when you had the two programmers on their rolling chairs dueling each other with swords, and the boss is like, "What are you guys doing?" And they're like, "Compiling." waiting for it to compile. Now it's asking me to sign in. Okay. I love the old days, yeah. That's good. Now I got unauthorized. So login. User password. Forbidden, because okay, I went back to admin continue. That was the last place I went to. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Go to the home page. And then let's do login. User. Ooh, that's working now. Holy freaking hell. It's just spent over 2 hours trying to figure out why this configuration wouldn't work, and it's because I didn't have the basics working. Let's do admin. Forbidden. It doesn't like redirect me. Well, I guess because I'm logged in now. If I go log in again, admin password, and now I go /admin main page. Awesome. Holy shit! The like simplest freaking thing, and it's this is the part that is the worst, is when you first set up a project. You've written almost 500 lines of SQL queries. Well, thanks for rubbing that one in, Zero. I appreciate it. Just burn me. Burn me like a common code monkey. Spurn me, rake me over the coals. Oh, that's funny. No, it's like, this is the part that always sucks, right? Is when you first set up a project. Once the project's set up and everything's like, the basics are working, it's like everything feels better. It's just getting these initial, like this initial freaking wiring. It's always a pain in the butt. Damn. But so now the Spring Security filter chain is actually working, which means I bet the way I had it before, where I was doing the login on a different thing, I could probably still do, but I'll leave it this way. Because it actually makes more sense being attached to this security matcher. Can't tell you how many hours I spent just figuring out how I wanted to split up the class files for this project. Right? It's like, I mean, Jesus. Like even now, I've got all these HTML pages just kind of sitting in the root, and immediately my brain's like, okay, so admin should go under an admin folder, and login should probably stay on the root, but then test test is going to go away, so I don't have to worry about that right now. But yeah, it's like in my head, I'm like, okay, I don't like where this is sitting. I got to go remove where this is going. I move this thing around. Yeah, you spend so much time just like, you know, rearranging the deck chairs. Shit's OCD when it comes to file structure. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I have a little bit of that too. I have it mostly around object-oriented abstractions. You have all your login pages under bin. Yeah. Now I have it mostly around like the object orientation stuff. Like for instance, with the ingest here. Right? So you've got all these different messages, these control messages and stuff that can get sent across. And I've got like an encode, and then I'm going to eventually have a decode for each one. But then I looked at, when I was looking at the way this other guy did it in his project, like he's just got an encode. But then when you go to like decode those things coming in from the client, he's just got them all shoved in a switch case statement. And I'm like looking at this like, why didn't you just put that stuff? Why didn't you just put a decode method in the actual objects, and then they know how to encode and decode themselves? Right? It's beautiful. Right? Because I'm looking at this because my brain's going like, you have this static decode method, but every one of these objects could have had a static decode method because they all have an encode method. So then all the logic would be contained within the actual object that you're creating. Why did you pull them apart? I'm like, oh no, what are you doing? He didn't even indent the cases under Switch Masterpiece. Well, you know what? That also annoys me, but Eclipse does that now too. It forces, like, all the IDEs force the case under the Switch directly without indenting. And it bothers the hell out of me, but it's like, as soon as I hit save and my save actions format, it puts them right back there. I lose my mind. Well, what's even funnier is they discourage using braces inside the case now. So it's just the case, then indent your stuff, and then break, and then continue on. Like, the braces aren't even encouraged anymore. So, like, where's one of my case statements here? This one? Yeah, here you go. The switch case, nothing, just a break, so on and so forth. It's something you're used to anyways, but between PHP and Python, they're never used. Yeah. The braces have become a thing of the past almost. Except when absolutely necessary. And hell, like, things that, Java used to, like, be really hard on, and, like, you gotta, this is the Java way versus this is the way other languages do it. Even now, all that's blurring. Like, we've got lambdas now, we've got basically at variables, right? Where it's what used to be called in Perl an at variable, which is essentially, or it's in JavaScript, it's the backticks, where you have a string now that can span multiple lines and have formatting in it and all kinds of stuff. They now have that in Java now with the three quotes, 3 single quotes. So there's a lot more overlap now than there used to be. And some of it's good, like you know, it only took them forever. Yeah, it's true. At some point, Oracle was just like, you know what? People keep bugging us about the language specifications and not having enough syntactic sugar, so we'll give them all the sugar they could ever want. We'll give them a big old sugar rush. And that's what they've started to do. Doing that back in BASIC, yeah. Oh, can you imagine like it's like records in Pascal, you know? You didn't have structures, you had records. You know, C had structs, and Pascal had records because it was mostly file based. Yeah, it's just like now we got Pojos, basically the same thing for the most part, except you can add more. You know, it's not just a straight property list. You can add methods to it to do business logic if you really want to. And then there's the one thing I haven't been using, which is Lombok, which basically does all the Pojo like all the boilerplate stuff for you. So for instance, where's a good example? I don't have any Pojos there, do I? But in here, like for instance, if I was using Lombok here, no, that's not. Where's a good? This is a decent one. If I was using Lombok here, like first of all, the logger message that I would do, like private static file logger, I wouldn't need. I could just do slf4j at slf4j, and boom, it would write that for me. And I could say this is a property list, and I could say this is a property here. But I wouldn't have to do the getter and setter for it because it would automatically generate those, that kind of thing. It's like, well, it's great and all, but you know, I'm using a modern IDE. I just go up here, I say source, I say, you know, generate getters and setters, and boom, you know, it generates the code for me. I go up the source, I say generate, you know, generate a toString, and it'll go tell me what properties I want, and boom, it'll create a toString method with all those properties in it. Yeah, like, you know, some of those things are nice, but you could just use the tools that are at your disposal, you know, rather than making life harder on yourself. Yeah. Alright, so this is now doing stuff. I'm glad I didn't try to tackle this database thing yet, because the whole thing wasn't even working properly. And now it is, at least for the most part. I do need to do the logout though. I think that was just and then logout stuff. Commit all and log out. Log out success. I guess I could pop them back onto the login page. But it's more important I invalidate their session and delete their cookie. One thing I'm curious about is how I get access to the CSRF token to send it over in forms, or does it automatically intercept those? I wonder. I bet it automatically intercepts those with Spring MVC. Spring security handles the. Make the tech work, user needs to be authenticated to the original application with a session cookie. Bring adds a CSRF token to each generated view. Token must be submitted to the server on every HTTP request that modifies states. Attach, post, put, and delete, but not get, right? Protects our application against CSRF text. Okay. Mail config. RF. Disable. Sorry for Spring Security 4, CSRF protection is enabled by default. This default configuration adds a CSRF token to the servlet request attribute named _CSRF. Okay. So if I ever need that, I can just grab that right out of the servlet request. And the question there is, since it's already in the request, then when I go to post, it should be there, right? Question mark. No, client configuration. Now we need to include the token or request. These files token CSRF token value in our view. In our views, use HTML forms. We have to pass it as a hidden value. That's fine. That's kind of what I figured. If our views use JSON, we need to use the header name and token values. That HTTP header. CSRF header content. Header name and meta tags. Meta tag values with jQuery. Yeah, sure. SSHR. Yeah, see, they're using jQuery to do a pre-filter to set the XML HTTP request to set the header to the CSRF token. Yep. Yep. That is basically what I was figuring we'd have to do. Stateless Spring API. No, I'm not going to be stateless. But I guess this is for JUnit test for mock. So Document cookie list. Doesn't generate any HTML view. In that case, we send a CSRF token in a cookie. In cookies, CSRF token repository. Cookies and the token every REST request that modifies the API state. Setup. Enabled. CSRF token and request token for. Oh, I guess this CSRF, that's probably a something provided. Start migration test. I'm guessing that's something provided by the Spring JUnit facilities, maybe, hopefully. Alright, cool, because I'll need that when we're like testing controllers, testing the posts on controllers and stuff. I do want to do one other thing. And I want to disable all of the other HTTP methods, because I'm only going to use get and post. I'm not going to use any of the other ones. I'm going to be a really bad RESTful father and turn off all of the other things except for gets and posts. For security here. So bring MVC disable VPN method. HTTP options method and Spring Boot. Well, this will probably give me the pattern. You can disable the method cross-container by, for example, using a standard servlet filter. Sure. You would think they would give you another way of doing it. Oh, I could block it from with cores. That's true. That's true. Have I set up my cores configuration yet? I don't think I have. Bring MVC core. Also bring in mobile cores. libmvc configure add cores mapping. Enables cores requests from any origin to any endpoint in the application. The registry add mapping method returns a cores registration object. Configuration. Allowed methods, allowed headers, closed headers, max age, and allowed credentials that can use the response headers and options. Since version 2.4.0, Spring Boot introduced allowed origin patterns. By default, all origins and get head and post methods are allowed. I don't even think I need head. HTTP head for anything. Just say getting post. Cores with Spring Security. To use Spring Security on a project, we must take an extra step to make sure it plays well with cores. It is always a requirement. I see that Jack and Coke is kicking in. Filter chain. HTTP cores and well, yeah. As well, of course, that closures needs to be processed first. Otherwise, Spring Security will reject a request before it reaches Spring MVC. I would like Spring Security to just reject it outright, if it would be so kind. Wait, where was that? Cores, I guess. Okay. I'm on the straight jack now. All right. Let's make it a party. Cores customizer adds a cores filter to be used if a bean by the name of cores filter is provided is used. And that cores configuration is used. Otherwise, the Spring MVC is on the class path. A handler mapping introspector is used. Enable cores using cores with defaults. Cores customizer. The customizer will provide more options for a cores configure. Okay. Cores. Actually, I should do the security matcher first, shouldn't I? I might want different cores for different things. Maybe. I mean, maybe I'll want the API to actually have RESTful stuff in it. I doubt it. Cores configure. Config. Just realized that you wrote your queries redundant. SQL auto assumes ascending if nothing's set. I added ascending to so many queries. Yeah, I mean, it's true that it does. Ascending is default, but I always find that it's okay, like with order, if you're using order by, to put ascending there. because a lot of people, it's so easy to read that order by and not realize what direction it's going in. You know what I mean? So that one I wouldn't mind if everything said order by blah ascending. Now if it didn't have order by at all and then you added one, that would be different. That it didn't need, you know. That would be different. Figure. I want to say. That's not right. Where's figure? I wonder. Security. Oh, they're just doing it that way too. Course configuration source. Use the core's web filter. You know, like adding unnecessary bytes to scripts or multi-way ordering and grouping. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. There are things to worry about, and then there's things to just be like, meh. You know? SQL is one of those things where I don't usually mind being more wordy. You know what I mean? Like I still, and I think this actually drives our DBA nuts a little bit. When I write SQL, I still do the like left outer join or inner join, and I'll send it to them, and she'll be like, I'll get it back, and she'll have changed it to just commas. Just do the cross join with the commas. So I have a feeling I drive some DBAs nuts a little bit too, because I'm a little bit wordy in it. Still write yours that way? Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, I like left outer join, you know, right outer join. What's the problem? But then I'll make my table alias, my joint aliases, like the first letter of each word of the table. So it's like user configuration settings or something. It'll be like UCR as the alias. And I'll be doing UCR, or I'll be doing U everywhere. Oh, you do just one char? No, if I would only do one char if it was only a one word thing. So if it was like, if the table is users, it would be users U. But if it's like users configuration, it would be like UC. You know, lowercase UC. You'll have pissing people off with a single char aliases. So everywhere afterwards, it's like U dot this, UCR dot that. Like what? Wait, PCR again? So how is this? CORS configuration source. Easiest way to ensure our CORS is handled first is use a CORS web filter. Users can use a CORS web filter with Spring Security by providing a CORS configuration source. In Spring Security. Oh. So origins allowed. I just have to provide this bean then. And Spring Framework provides first class support for CORS. CORS must be processed before Spring Security because the pre-flight request will not contain any cookies. The request does not contain any cookies and Spring Security is first. The request will determine the user is not authenticated and reject it. CORS Web Filter. Users can integrate CORS Web Filter with Spring Security by providing a CORS configuration source. Well, so wait, you're saying two different things here. They're like, Spring Framework has first-class support for CORS. CORS must be processed before Spring Security. By the way, you can integrate with Spring Security by providing a CORS configuration source. Like, what the fuck way is it? You want me to do it before Spring Security? You want me to integrate with it? You remember doing an entire project just going through the entire alphabet using the order you wrote the queries? Yeah, this is... I mean, it's like, and then the following will disable CORS integration within Spring Security, but it's like, if I do a CORS configuration source, do I disable, or do I just do the CORS configuration source? Like, I'm assuming I just do the source here. Does a trash pile when you do local testing? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, if I can't get it to work with local testing, then there's no way I would get it to work with a regular web server. And this is version 602 of Spring. All right, what's the latest documentation? Weird. If I just do I just do that here, I guess. Why can't we find... I'm having this weird problem with Eclipse where sometimes can't find these classes even though they're there. Very weird. Like, it doesn't suggest an import like it should. Like right here's a good example. It's like, what is a URL-based CORS configuration source? It doesn't give me like a quick fix of import, but if I go take the last letter off and hit Control Space, oh, here it is. How do you like that? Very weird. That's just, I think that's a bug with like the latest Eclipse, because I haven't had that problem before upgrading to the latest there. That allowed origins. List of origins for which cross origin requests are allowed. Oh. Some cores allow origins. Isn't there a any origin to access the resource? Use a wildcard. Why is the origin null? Null should not be used. Well, I gotta put. I assume I can put local. Alright, and then get and post your cores configuration. So then I should be everything then, because it should be that and be like, yes, this is a thing. That down. And let's sure we can still get to localhost and that the course headers are set. Oh, that's the wrong one. This browser. Home page. And let's see what the headers look like. Where are we at here? Network. Cache control. Transfer encoding. I don't see anything there, so I'm guessing I need to do at least at least 4s here. Right. Why is that? Why is that giving me initiative? They have cores as like the last thing. Every time I've seen cores, it's been like the last thing in the chain, so I bet that's what it is. Do the log out stuff too. Oh, do I need to? Let me just try this to see before I do what I was going to do there. Because I want to see if, because I do want to put the log out there as well. Okay. So that checks out of the way. Again, and see what we got here. We got response headers, access control request method, but not set to anything. So support within Spring Security. Where's web filter? Then do I have to disable? Don't understand. It's for reactive applications, though. I wonder if that's... server cross origin. If there's a cross origin attribute, I want global. There we go. You have a web MVC, bring web flux, web flux, web filter, CORS web filter, enabling CORS with Spring Security. Web security configurer adapter. We're using cross annotation or cross origin annotation. Where's Erison's browser options? Pre-flight requests will be blocked. Yes, pre-flight requests will need to add HTTP cores. Okay. How old is this book? Wish they would. Okay, 2022 August. That's not bad. So, what is it that it extends? Because I cannot find that last time I looked for it. Web security configurer adapter. I don't see that anywhere. Ring web security figure adapter. Oh, it's deprecated. That would be why. Component-based security. Best practice, Lambda DSL, and the method web security define our authorization rule. Filter chain beam, yeah. I'm doing it the way they want it done. Don't talk about freaking cores here. Spring documentation so awful. It is complicated framework and developers act like everything should be clear with no documentation. Why in this case providers doesn't rigor Oh, and then here we go. I looked at your code and I find it amusing that you say things are undocumented. When I read through your code, I see that you have written custom filters, custom providers, and custom handling for things that already exist in Spring Security. So you have basically opted out of the framework. Well, if he's doing custom things, it's because he doesn't know the freaking framework does it, because your framework isn't freaking documented well. Oh, here you go. Wow, a lot of text, but no link to that Mystic documentation. Yeah, there's plenty of people who would be like, yeah, your documentation for Spring sucks. And it really does. I mean, they've been trying to push their annotation-based stuff. They've been pushing Spring Boot so much because it means that they don't have to write any they feel like they don't have to write any documentation because everything just is defaulted out of the box, and all you have to do is put this line in a properties file and boom, you're done. It's like, well, that's great, but most people don't want all the freaking overhead of Spring Boot. They want to actually have something that's relatively slimmed down and does exactly what you want and not 9,000 other things you don't need. That's literally what they did. It's hilarious. We'll use what we tell you to use. Yeah. No, it's hilarious how they're just like, they've done that thing that developers do, right? Which is we all hate writing documentation. And so they spent all this time coming up with Spring Boot so that they can get out of writing documentation. They put all this effort and time into like making this magic box thing that just does what you want as long as you just write the right property for it. All right? Just to get out of writing the documentation. It's like, why didn't you just write better documentation instead of going through all that effort to make this huge rigmarole of a library that most people don't really even want to use and just write some freaking documentation. Remember when things had like 1,000+ page books documenting the ins and outs of the software and hardware? Yeah, exactly. But then again, back when you had those 1,000-page books, all you had was waterfall, right? So like the book was written before the code was probably written, right? The code was written to what was specified in the book at that point. Well, now we got Agile, and now we're writing code, and documentation somehow happens. Woohoo! It's magic. I mean, I like Agile. I really do. But it it just plays into that mentality of nobody wants to write documentation. And it's like, that's fine as long as you've got somebody whose entire job is to write documentation. And then, the devs can get out of documenting their stuff. Until you ever get to that magic place. Lazy creators? No, Saint ain't so. I mean, seriously. Oh, man. So, I'm apparently doing it the correct way. But it's not... I wonder if I just have to pull... Because here's the thing, this course configuration source was based on other things, right? So maybe it's just like... What happens if I tell us to switch to the Lambda syntax? With default. With default. I wonder if that will pull in this other bean. I bet it won't. I bet I gotta pull the bean in myself. But let's see what happens. I'm unsure how that water you're drinking hasn't turned into vodka. It may look like water. It may look like it. Doesn't necessarily mean it is. Although I do still... My problem is... I never seem to finish a cup of coffee. Like everything ends up with like a quarter left in the bottom of the cup, and me too lazy to go reheat it. And so I'll end up just dumping it out and getting a whole new cup, and then I'll get down to just a quarter left in that cup. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. And you're drinking tea. Sure. Sure you are. We're all drinking tea. It's just it's happy tea, you know? All right, let me see if somehow making it do by default or with default somehow magically makes it pick up this other bean, which I wouldn't put it past them to do. And hell, even if it does pick up the bean, I'm happy with that. Managed to lose the style template file you create for this thing. Yikes. I'll see if you had figured out your file structure prior to creating the file. You wouldn't have lost it. Oof. Let me clear it. Try that again. Don't see it in the response. We'll get CSS layouts. We don't want all that in the repo. Yeah, fair. That's fair. That is fair. Oof. This is still not doing a thing. So, let's see if I can give this. See if I can feed this beast something here. You just call this force configuration source, right? It doesn't even need to be a bean. Do that. And I have that. Okay. Doesn't look like I don't see. I just see vary headers for that, which I don't think is correct. I wonder what's the one issue. Navigator platform. Double compiled. Oh. I don't know why this kept showing up. This is a plugin I don't even use. Anymore. Still, I thought I got rid of it. Probably not. What is that? Like, well then, there might be something else that's introducing it. Because it's saying that there's a double compiled JS, which I think was the back in the day that I had a ruler to help with UI stuff. Bubble ruler. But I don't see that extension anyway. I'll have to track that down. I'll have to track that one down. That's, I've seen that a lot of times. What is... Yeah, that's not White working. Maybe. I have Postman on here. You. I don't have the web version of it. Yeah, I do. Okay. I try to hit my local here. If I say, forbidden. Alright, let's try head. They get 200, okay, so it's not setting that. I move this back to the front here again. After the security matcher. Do that and rebuild. See what I get here. so we hit that. Quick. Just in. Don't see anything on there now. Where's that configure? Cores that configurations stores. Rebuilder. Yeah, I gotta do the build way of doing it. Here only shared state should be created and modified. No properties. Configure. All right. Let's put this back as a bean again. And let me do cores disabled, which is what they had before on the spring site. Oh, did I forget to even put it down here? Oops, that might be a problem. Configuration source. Okay. This and this. Doing in the response headers. Do it for this one down here. Doors. That's your own. That's right. Do it that way. Just for this all filter chains, and that's one I'm actually hitting. We'll see. We'll see what comes up here. Boom, 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 boom. Again. And yeah, I do see vary access control request method. I don't know if that's correct. What's the value of it? Figuring out how you want to process navigation links is always one of the things you end up rewriting at least 3 times. Very happy. Yeah. Yeah, navigation. It's always the... Yeah, it's like, for me, the site navigation is always one of those things where it's like, where do you want, like I always have the thing of like, not so much the pages themselves, but the back end calls. Like I have all these controllers, and some of them are going to have to talk to one another. It's like, what should I name the endpoints that they're calling each other on, and does it make sense and all that stuff? And it's like stuff that, you know, the users themselves would never even see. But it's like, you know, you kind of sit there and like, well, I don't know if I like that endpoint, the way that sounds, or maybe I want to try it this way. Try it the other way. Well, maybe they are getting set on there. I guess I can test it with Postman here. Does head work now? Head still works though, so it's not really set. It just says vary. Vary origin. I don't know why it's saying that. ChatGPT would know. Problem is, ChatGPT is a year out of practice. It's probably going to tell me the same things I've already tried. Well, they actually do it even before their security matcher. Oh, and they create a Coors web filter bean. And then disable it in there. Oh shit, maybe I'll try that. So Coors configuration source, and then that just goes into the Coors web filter. Web filter, Coors web filter. Web filter, where's configuration? Course. Test argument to Coors configuration source. What? WorkSpring framework web Coors configurations. Oh, it's probably because it's the reactive version of it. Because it's a WebFlux BS. I guess doesn't matter as much. I don't get. How would I configure Coors using cores configurations for Steam with Spring Security. Securities, security filter chain and Spring MVC. Where's configurations? Where's, yeah. He's using web security configure adapter. Your cores in Spring MVC, update your MVC config files. Yeah. But here's the thing. Under web security, configure adapter. Just deprecate it. How do I configure cores against the security filter and out? My knowledge cutoff date in September 2021 web security configure adapter is not deprecated. However, if you would like to configure cores without extending your filter chain bean, okay. Yeah, it's basically doing the exact same thing that I'm doing, and it's not. He's doing cores, although it's doing cores.configuration source, which is not the right way to do it, but it's still in the spirit of it. So, ChatGPT is stumped too. Why this isn't working. Is there, wait, is there a Coors web filter that's not? I don't think so. Not in the reactive thing. No. Here's log out, notify, port mapper. Yeah. I'd say the configuration source in it. Kinda working, kinda not. Let me see. Origin patterns. Oh, you know what? Maybe I want to do that. Fusion dot set allowed origin pattern. Oh, you can do set allowed origin patterns. Alternative to set allowed origins. Supports more flexible origin patterns with star anywhere in the host name. Yeah, there we go. So when an allowed origin pattern is matched, the access control allow origin response header is set to the matched origin and not to the star nor the pattern. That allow credentials set to true. Okay. That allowed origin. That allowed origins. List. HP. Local host. Star. Oh no, I hit the wrong one again. What am I? Damn it. Allow origin pattern. All right. Deport this. Okay. PS. I'll do it as that. Because I don't know if that's as flexible as I want it. There. That. Okay. I guess I'll put these. Yes. Another stores, configuration stores. Different things like URL, cores, configuration, URL, base, cores, and so forth. Resource HTTP request lock. Oh, all unknown implementing classes. Request handler resource. No, okay, so it's all cut and dry. All right. 1 minute, folks. I'll be right back at the restroom. Okay, I'm back. I'd like to wrap this up at least next couple minutes here because I'm getting mighty hungry. So I might set aside cores for a moment, not worry about that. Let's get just make sure logouts work. Login processing URL. And logouts. Oh, maybe I gotta do that. Out here. Do logouts. And request matcher triggers a logout to occur. In most circumstances, users will use logout URL. Helps enforce good practices. URL that triggers a logout to occur. Default is /logout. CSRF protection is enabled, then the request must also be a post. Means that by default, post/logout is required to trigger a logout. CSRF protection is disabled. Okay, makes sense. Logout success. It's handler. So logout URL would just be, yeah, /logouts. And we gotta clear up the logout success URL would just take you back to the home page, I would imagine. But I also need to set how to clear out the session tokens, right? Delete cookies. Paste session ID. And then clear authentication. Clear authentication default or false otherwise. So that's default's the clearing it, right? Oh, here we go. Invalidate HTTP session. That's what I want. Should be invalidated. Is true or false otherwise. Yeah, I'm gonna set it to true just to be certain. And your authentication as true. Okay, make sure all that at least on the surface looks correct. I would like to also see if I can hook this up to the database table. I hope won't be a big deal. Well, actually, it kind of will be a big deal because I have to provide a way to create a user and stuff. Yeah, I won't hook that up yet. I gotta create the user and the password and stuff like that. So we have to have a whole user sign up page and all that. Really should, yeah. That should be another thing. Another card on the wall there. Alright, how's this done? Yeah, it says vary there. I wonder if it's actually kind of, well, no, it's not working, right? Because I can still do this, right? And I get 200 okay, so I know it's definitely not work. This should be blocking that HTTP method, and it isn't. That's fine. We'll work on that. Go /login. Let me actually pull this open again, and we'll look at that. User password. There we go. So login, checkout, call, post, the set cookie, JSession ID, right? I wonder if it's saying this as it's not putting secure on that either. I gotta that too. Make it a secure cookie. Although I'm not running secure right now. That's the other thing. I should probably run secure locally all the time and not just have half and half. Because it'll just make life easier if I just have it HTTPS and then never have to worry about things not being secure there. Although, well, we'll see, because it'll be, I have to generate a dummy SSL probably. I guess I could use Let's Encrypt for local stuff too. Just might be a pain in the neck to keep it updated. Have to see. I'll have to see. So we've got JSession IDs that, oh, you know what, I should have, well, should have logged in as admin, because that would be the ultimate test, right? This is forbidden. If I go /logout, like I do a post. Yeah, I need to do. Yeah, the logout URL's gotta be something else because I wanna post to it. I want to do. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do additional things on logout. Probably not. Yeah, let's. I could have kept that running. Let's keep this. Let's go back and. I also want to see if by not caching that thing, if I fix the HTML stuff here. Um, start in. And go to index. And let me say, equals, how do we do it over here? We'll do this. That'll be to log out. Input type hidden. Value. Name. SRF. And value should be SRF. Where is submit the CSRF token in an HTML form using time leaf and time leaf. I already have bring purity. Wait. Oh, when you use the th action attribute, it automatically passes it? Oh, note that if you're using TimeLeaf's th field attribute for your input fields, the CSRF token will be automatically added to your form, so you don't need to include the hidden input field explicitly. Okay. I have a feeling I'll need it though for this because I don't have any field. Do that, and then button. Like, submit. Log out. Okay. Now, did that automatically take effect without me refreshing? It did. Good. Cool. That makes life a lot easier. Alright, so use login, admin. Okay, and I go admin, I see it, come back to the home page, I check my, where's my, cookies? Cookies here. Here's the session ID, the logouts. Come in here. I have a brand new JSession ID, which is correct. That means my last session is dead. Then if I go and do /admin, it asks me to sign in. Cool. Cool, that is work. I didn't have to do a whole lot to make it work either, which is also pretty nice. Okay, so that login, logout appears to be working okay. Can I, how do I... Where's the, configuration here? How do I wire up the strings, security, user detail service method use the default layout database use a data for your We're doing JPA for it. I'm not really doing. JPA is nice, but it's JVC template just is fast. And by that I mean it's just faster to write. Just write straight SQL instead of having to deal with like name your methods this certain way, and then it'll just kind of work, maybe, possibly, yeah. Password encoder, bcrypt password encoder, password encoding and decoding, use detail service for authentication. Okay, so password encoder. Where is the user by username? So wait a minute. Spring JDBC templates or Spring security. There we go. Authentication Manager Builder Configuration Helper through JDBC Authentication. Okay. What's under the hood? Different database. Oh, authentication configuration. Changing the default payment. Figure global. Filter chain. Okay. You're in JDBC authentication. Authentication manager build. Configured data. I guess I gotta do this in the database configuration thing, probably. Vconfig. So I say public doesn't actually bring anything. Oh, they're just doing it. Yeah, they're just doing it in their security thing. They're just doing it auto-wired with the data. Oh yeah, I can. That's right. I can auto-wire the data source because it's just a bean. All right, so it doesn't have to be in the same. Doesn't have to be in the database. Good. In the security section where it belongs. So we'll say. How do they have? old though. How does that work with the new? Uses of authentication is more widely applicable. Web application security. Note that the authentication manager builder is auto-wired into method in a bean. Makes it build global. Makes it build the global parent authentication manager. Okay. Authentication manager builder is auto-wired into a method. Wouldn't I just, I guess I would bring global parent authentication manager build. Custom user details. Let's see. Authentication manager builder brings security. You're in web security. Web security customizer. And that authentication. Here we go. JBC authentication. Register a JBC user details manager bean. Okay, so user details manager. Oh, so it just returns the manager now. We see user details. Manager bean. So it's not like a user details service anymore. Oh, it is. Okay, it's just, they call it service here, but it's really returning the manager. Yeah, okay. So it is basically this. Basically user detail service, but going against that a bit. source data source. And then from here, I would do what? Right, this details, ABC user details manager. Configures how JVC authentication also allows easily adding users to the database used for authentication to schema. Is data source. So configurer. Figures a easily adding users to the database. If the provider manager configured. Oh, okay. Oh, not do that. Details manager. Find change password. Users group. Users by username query. There's SQL. Change password SQL. Create authority SQL. This is data source. Oh, set the JBase template for this data explicitly as an alternative to specifying data source. Message source. Does that this equal? Okay. But I'm assuming since I followed most of the main schema stuff. Memory. The authentication manager is available. The entire application simply register the authentication manager as a V. Right. This is what I just did. Right, so that's basically the registered as a bean. So you got your user details service then. And then one hide. Okay. But I won't be able to test it right now because I have to create a user and stuff. Oh, I guess I could create a user in this way. Give it a quick test. I could do. Can I use user builder for that? Oh, user detail. Details. Oh, okay. User details. User equals. How did they do it here? User with the okay. User with fonts. Password encoder. That's username, password, roles, build. User, password, roles, user, build. User, admin API, right? Admin API. And then this one is roles is user admin. And roles guy. And manager dot create user. I have here, right? Well, I wonder how this will work. I assume create user will not create the user if it's already created. Create user exists. I guess there's an update user, so I bet that'll fail the second time around, but I'll try it right now. Just as a test to make sure that this is working. And build parts. There's an error here. Column enabled of relation users does not. Right, because I didn't call it enabled. but it attempted to do stuff. Yeah, I called it active. I wonder if you can just tell it. Just that you've changed a column, a particular column. Manager that. No, I guess you gotta set the sequence. Create user SQL. Or they don't let you just set the column names, change them. Name groups. Oh yeah, okay. We'll prefix. I mean, I feel like I'm going to be customizing these anyway, so there's a lot of them here. Do it anyway. User SQL. Not there. Springs security set. Create user. Used by username where user name equals. They've got even more columns there. There's another one for authority, so all these would just be for users, right? The authorities I didn't change, so username, password. I make this a automatic. Yeah, I did. Okay. And password active. Insert into users. Username. Active. Values. Here, right? Put into users. Yeah. managers set the user SQL update users set username password active I have it here, right? Yeah. Password. Oh, set password enabled. And then where username. Duh. Okay. Where username. That. That. Change password equal. Users set password where username that equal is really just update users that's active false where username that users by username query. Oh, user exists equal. Name users name that query being used to retrieve users based on the username to be overridden if the default table can be changed. If the username password true is enabled. Permanent true. If the enabled column does not exist, a permanent true value for this column may be returned. Username, password. Okay. Oh, where? Cache. Password active if they want it. I guess that will work. I don't know if I'm going to, if I'll use all of these at the manager level. I feel like I'm going to manage the users myself. And the manager really only needs to, if a user exists, then make sure their password is correct. No, users by username. And password active from users where username. So the user exists when is what? It doesn't actually have a Java doc for it. Great. Do that. And we'll see how that works or doesn't work. Alright. What do we get here? Another error, it looks like. Value too long for type character varying 50. Is that the Boolean? Username, password, active. Where was that? Well, schema. It says username, password, var traffic. What's the problem here? seeing ID and just freaking out. I have a feeling it's the order here. User equal. Let's see, where's the JBC details manager? Great. User state has no in there. Ew, import. Password enabled. I don't have actually username based primary key should be false. Does this tell me? Is that class? No. No, it's a regular class. Queries. Users by, oh, here we go. Def users. Here's the queries. Let's put the query. Using existing schema, how does the queries users by username query and authorities by username query to match database setup? Doesn't recognize the expiration of user accounts or expiration of user credentials. However, it does recognize and honor the user enable disable column to map to a Boolean type and the result set. All other columns map to string. Like username. Tell me what it's set. Oh, which is great. I guess it must run this query in order to find out what your columns are. Although I don't. I have to see what the ABC User Details Manager looks like. See these constants. There we go. Username password enabled. If user exists equal. Like username from users where username like literally did the same query. So why is that username password enable values? Too long for type character varying. Insert into users. 1, 2, 3. Literally what they have here for their default. It's crazy pants. Okay. It's saying the value is too long for character varying 50. Well, is it no longer? Did they increase the size of it from 50 to something else? Because 50 was the last one I saw. Do I actually set what the size? Find all group. Users and authorities. Doesn't recognize expression. Thing. Oh, this is a 50X reference. Okay. It's still the same. I bet it's not anymore. Even older. See, they made the password 100 now, which actually makes more sense. Jesus, and that's not even, this isn't even the documentation for Spring. This is another place altogether that's like, oh yeah, by the way, this thing has changed here. Fucking hell, man. I'll have to change that in the migrations. Down here. The password should be 100 now. And I gotta roll these back. So don't I have a thing here that does migrations? Yeah, maybe I'm gonna roll back. rollback count 2. Okay. And then migrate. Alright, and now I forget to save this file. No. Why didn't that? Wait, did it not roll back? And roll back. Rolling back change set 2. Rolling back change set 1. Drop table if exists users. Okay. Public users does not exist. Right. That's correct. Okay, so then migrate. Let me make sure migrate is correct. Yeah, just migrate. It ran 1 and it ran 2. Okay. Why does it still say varchar 50? What the frig? I have this save. This is save. Oh, I had this problem before. I know what's going on. It's somehow I know what's going on. It's caching it. I have to do a clean. That's right. I remember having this issue before, and I was like trying to figure out what the hell was going on. So rollback, project clean, everything. Now migrate. Now this should be 100, right? Yes. I gotta make a note to myself to remember to. In fact, I'll make a note in here. Remember to clean project before running change migration. Okay, so I have that there now. So then if I go servers, clean, and start. All right, it started. Go in here. All right, we're there. We'll do /login. I'll say admin password. I logged in, it looks like. /admin. Boom, admin main page. I look at the users table. And yeah. Not sure I like that it tells you that it was decrypted. Okay. But I wonder if that's a setting I can change. Anyway, these are in there, which is good, and they all have UIDs. Better. Okay. All right, cool. That's at least the basics are working there on that, so that's here. Log out. Which eventually I'll have a message that says you've logged out. All those fun things. All those fun things that users want. That's okay. I got the basics set for the most part. I don't need all of these. I just need the ones that I've actually changed that are different from the defaults. So I'll just have to look up those defaults because Spring won't document them. Gotta go look in the class itself to find out what the defaults are. Documentation? Why would we need that? Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Like I said about an hour ago, I'm hungry. I need to go get something to eat. So, let's see where we're at with the project here. I didn't get to externalize strings, but it won't take me long to do that. I might even just do that off camera. But user login and authentication technically is working. So, put that over there. I need to get do I have the user management? No, let's put that in here. User, manage. That's the next thing really to do. User management's really, yeah, well, great user. Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about here. User management as in create user, table, user, kind of thing. Hey, Top Lock Studios, when can we test? It's going to be a long time. It's going to be a real long time. I'm barely getting started. Despite all the hours I've put into it, I'm still getting the basic framework together. But I appreciate the question. Oh, my camera froze? What the hell? When did that happen? When did that happen? Let's make that work. There we go. That's a little bit better. Well, good luck with it all. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that greatly. I'm not, my goal right now is to develop something. It's not to actually necessarily deploy it. I'm just putting it out there and we'll see if it's viable at some point in the future. Right now, I just want to get something. I just want to write some code, essentially, and this is my way of just kind of doing some stuff. what else do I... So I guess the next thing is... Yeah, next thing will be user management, 3 layers. Oh, I gotta get this. I'm gonna put this here. Doors set up. And we'll move that into in progress because it is technically in progress. I just gotta figure out how to get it to actually work. That would be great. And that's what I got there. All right. So we've made some progress. Let me commit. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta set up the, have it requiring a validation when you commit to repository, but I don't have it set up properly. I change over here. Oh, that's right. I made it so it's not perfect. Let's go and commit what I got. So what do we have here? This is a more. That's the check style plugin. Admin, controller, all that stuff. Down the bottom. All right, so start of Fours configuration. Fixed spring security. So it fully works. Username, password, authorization, working. Not finalized. And wired brings security up to the database. That was about everything. Not a whole lot, but it's still forward momentum. Forward progress. Go commit and push. Alright. Put that there. Let me get this other thing here. Get rid of the textile there. Remove the fucking code. Okay. If I go out to my repositories, I've got 1 minute ago. Did it pass already? It did. Took 17 seconds to build and run the test. The one fakey test. That's good. Cool. So that is working. I lost my GitHub page. Where are we going here? There we go. Over here, that's good right now. And I know I did. Oh, the other thing was I wired up Dependabot, and it's already telling me like I don't have the latest things yet, so that's good. That's already doing its thing. And I want to look at. Wish there was an easy way to get back to your repositories here. Like, kind of drop this down to be able to see the repositories underneath it. And this is just, yeah, remove the broken code. Okay. Cool. We are good, my friends. We are good. That is going to do it for me for tonight, for today. Oh, I chopped down way more wood than I actually needed. I only needed like 300, and this has been going all day. Let's go back to agility. Back that up. And which was the one? I want to do this one. And 2,700 lobsters. Farming yield. Okay. Anyway, we'll let those run, or agility. Let those run. As we do. What do I got here? I got master tokens. I got 11,827 more Tika logs than I actually wanted. So awesome. Anyway. Like I said, that will do it for me for tonight. I need to go get something to eat because I am friggin' hungry. Anyway. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out and watching me slightly go mad. go crazy. Doing my normal coding thing. But thus concludes my streaming week. I'm off tomorrow and Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, I will be back with some more Assassin's Creed Chronicles. We'll be finishing up China and then moving on to India. And then Thursday and Friday, I will be back with more Everspace 2, enjoying the heck out of that and continuing to enjoy that. And then next Saturday, I'll be right back here again with some more coding. And maybe I'll do a Sunday thing at some point again. I don't know. I kind of like having the day off, but at the same point, maybe once I make some more forward progress with some of the stuff I'll bring Sunday back in again. But for now, just Saturdays. Anyway, my friends, thank you again, everyone, for watching, and hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.